Hello, beautiful soul, and welcome to this sacred sanctuary where the heart's deepest wisdom has been preserved for thousands of years in stories of love that transcend time, culture, and the boundaries of ordinary understanding. These are not merely tales of romance, but spiritual transmissions about the very nature of love itself, how it moves through human hearts, transforms consciousness, and reveals the sacred connection that underlies all existence. You have found your way here at exactly the perfect moment, when your soul is ready to receive these ancient teachings about love's infinite faces. Tonight, you'll experience these timeless stories exactly as they were meant to be absorbed, effortlessly, allowing your heart to open while your mind releases into the gentle realm of sleep, where the deepest spiritual truths can settle into the quiet chambers of your being. You'll journey with Eros and Psyche as they dance the eternal story of the soul's quest for union with the infinite. We'll witness the cosmic dance of Shiva and Parvati, where stillness and movement find perfect balance in the heart that has learned to love completely. You'll discover the devotional fire of Radha and Krishna, where human love becomes a doorway to the eternal, and cross the star bridge with the Cowherd and Weaver girl, learning how patient love creates connections that no distance can break. You'll experience the sacred madness of Layla and Majnun, where passionate love becomes the highest form of spiritual seeking, and witness Pygmalion's devotion bring marble to life, revealing love's power to create new realities. You'll feel the wild freedom of Tristan and Isolde, whose forbidden love teaches us that the heart recognizes no boundaries, and stand before the Taj Mahal with Shah Jihan, learning how love transforms grief into eternal beauty. These are stories that have guided seekers for thousands of years, each one a different facet of the same eternal diamond. The recognition that love is not something we have, but something we are. Not a feeling that comes and goes, but the very fabric from which consciousness weaves all experience. Before we begin, please share in the comments where you are listening from and what time it is there. We love hearing from our sleepy spiritual community scattered across the globe, all gathering here to receive these gifts of ancient wisdom. These stories come to you polished by countless generations of lovers and mystics who understood that the heart's deepest truths are best received when the analytical mind grows quiet and the soul becomes spacious enough to hold infinite tenderness. They carry within them the accumulated devotion of all who have ever loved completely, the wisdom of all who have discovered that personal love is actually universal love, wearing a familiar face. Now, place your phone or tablet face down so the light won't distract you, but keep it close enough to hear clearly. Settle into whatever position brings you deepest comfort. Allow your breathing to find its natural rhythm, and prepare to remember through these ancient stories what your soul has always known but sometimes forgets, that you are love itself, temporarily playing at being separate so you can experience the eternal joy of remembering your true nature. Let these stories carry you gently toward sleep while awakening in your heart the recognition that every love you've ever known has been this same eternal love, calling to itself, playing the beautiful game of separation and reunion, forgetting and remembering, seeking and finding, that is the very dance of existence itself. The lovers across time and culture await your listening heart. Let's begin this sacred transmission together, carried on the gentle wings of stories that have guided souls home to love for thousands of years. Feel yourself sinking deeper into comfort, your breath naturally slowing, your mind beginning to release the day's concerns like leaves falling gently from autumn trees. This is perfect. These spiritual stories work their deepest magic when we receive them in states of open receptivity, when our hearts are soft and our minds are quiet. Let yourself drift as the story unfolds, trusting that whatever wisdom your soul needs will find its way to you in the gentle current of these ancient words. For this story, we journey to the sacred peaks of the Himalayas, where snow-crowned mountains pierce the sky like ancient prayers made of stone and ice. Here, in times before memory, when the world was young and consciousness itself was learning to dance between form and formlessness, unfolds the eternal love story of Shiva and Parvati, the cosmic dance of opposites that creates and sustains all existence. Perhaps you know this feeling in your own life, dear listener, this sense that within you live two natures that seem opposite, but are secretly one. The part of you that seeks stillness, that craves quiet moments when the world stops spinning and you can simply be, and the part of you that wants to create, to move, to engage with life in all its wild beauty. This is the dance we're about to explore. High in the celestial realms, where clouds are born and eagles learn to dream, stands Mount Kailash, its peak so brilliant it seems carved from crystallized moonlight. The mountain pulses with an energy you might recognize from those moments when you've stood in nature and felt something vast and alive breathing all around you. Its slopes are covered in forests of cedar and rhododendron, where even the trees seem to hum with an inner music, the kind of symphony you sometimes hear in deep silence when the world grows still enough to reveal its secret songs. On the highest peak of this sacred mountain sits Shiva, embodying that part of consciousness that simply witnesses, that observes without judgment, that exists in perfect stillness. Perhaps you've touched this state yourself in meditation, or in those quiet moments just before sleep when thinking stops and you rest in pure awareness. His body is perfectly still, as if carved from living light, ash smeared across his forehead in 3 lines that represent the endless cycle of beginnings, continuings, and endings that you see in your own life every day. His dark hair holds the sacred river, its waters flowing like liquid starlight over his shoulders. Around his throat rests a serpent, whose presence reminds us that even what seems dangerous finds peace in proximity to deep acceptance. In his hands lies a trident, representing mastery over the fundamental forces that shape all experience. For countless ages, Shiva has sat in meditation so deep it spans lifetimes, his breath so slow and steady it seems to regulate the very rhythm that keeps galaxies spinning. You know this breath, dear listener. It's the deep rhythm you fall into during your most peaceful moments, when your own breathing becomes a bridge between the busy world and the vast stillness that lives at your center. Tigers and deer rest peacefully around his still form, their natural differences dissolved in the peace that radiates from perfect acceptance. Even the wind moves more softly here, carrying scents of jasmine and sandalwood that remind us how the whole world changes when we approach it from a place of deep inner calm. But here is the beautiful paradox that lives in each of us. This same Shiva, who embodies perfect stillness, is also the cosmic dancer, whose movements create worlds. In him, absolute rest and dynamic creativity exist as one truth, just as in you, the part that seeks quiet and the part that wants to create are actually different faces of the same infinite potential. Far below, in valleys where life blooms in endless abundance, lived Parvati, whose very name means she of the mountains. Born as the daughter of the mountain king, she embodied everything in you that is creative, dynamic, engaged with the world in all its sensory richness. From childhood, she felt a pull toward something greater, a yearning that perhaps you recognize, that deep longing for union with something vast and nameless that calls to us in quiet moments. When she walked through palace gardens where fountains sang and flowers turned to follow her passage, you might think of times when you felt so aligned with life that everything around you seemed to shimmer with extra presence. Her beauty was not just physical, but the radiance that comes when someone is fully alive to their own nature, the glow you've seen in people who have found their authentic way of being in the world. But Parvati was no ordinary soul, content with surface pleasures. Like many seekers across time, She felt in her deepest heart that her purpose lay beyond the conventional life mapped out for her. Standing on high balconies, breathing mountain air that carried hints of something infinite, she would feel her awareness naturally expanding beyond the boundaries of her individual self, touching something vast that seemed to recognize her as surely as she recognized it. You know this feeling, dear listener? Perhaps it comes to you in nature, or in moments of deep creativity, or in those threshold times between sleeping and waking, when the boundaries of the separate self grow soft and you touch something limitless and free. In temple courtyards where incense curled like visible prayers, wise ones told stories of the great Lord Shiva, the cosmic dancer whose steps kept the universe in motion. As Parvati listened, something deeper than memory awakened in her, a recognition that bypassed thought and spoke directly to the soul. She knew with absolute certainty that her destiny lay not in any conventional path, but in union with this divine principle of pure consciousness. When she came of age, suitors arrived from across creation, bringing gifts of pearls that still held ocean songs and gems that captured starlight. But Parvati's heart remained untouched, for it already belonged to that within herself, which was infinite and free. Perhaps you understand this feeling, having met people who were perfectly lovely, but knowing they weren't your soul's true calling, sensing that what you sought was something deeper than any ordinary connection could provide. You see, this was not their first meeting across the wheel of existence. In a previous lifetime, as Sati, Parvati had been Shiva's beloved, but their love had ended in tragedy when she chose death rather than dishonor to her beloved. Shiva's grief had been so vast, it threatened to unmake creation itself. Now she had returned, drawn by love that transcends death and time, but Shiva, lost in endless meditation, did not recognize her. This divine forgetting was not cruelty, but mercy. For some loves are so profound, they must be rediscovered, fresh in each lifetime, like dawn that is eternally new, though it's the same light that has always illuminated the world. Parvati knew what she must do. Like spiritual seekers throughout history, who have left comfort behind to pursue what calls most deeply to their souls, she departed her father's palace, dressed in simple robes, carrying only a water pot and lotus blossoms for offerings. She began the long climb toward union with her deepest nature. The journey tested every aspect of her being. Mountain paths that seemed designed for gods rather than human feet. Air so thin, each breath required conscious intention. Cold so intense, it seemed to penetrate not just her body, but her very sense of who she was. You might know something of this if you've ever pursued a path of growth that stripped away familiar comforts, that asked you to discover who you are when everything you thought defined you falls away. With each step upward, she moved further from the world of form and sensation toward the realm where only essence remains. Her hands, once soft from palace luxuries, grew rough and sure. Her body, once adorned with silk and gold, learned the beauty of simplicity, but something within her grew ever stronger and clearer, as sometimes happens when we let go of who we think we should be and discover who we actually are. Finally, she reached the sacred grove where Shiva sat in meditation. The place existed in a space between worlds, where ordinary rules bent like light through crystal. Even approaching it, she could feel her consciousness naturally shifting, the way awareness changes when you enter a space of deep peace, whether that's a grove in nature or simply the quietest room of your own heart. There he sat, beautiful beyond description, his presence transforming everything around him, simply by being completely himself. You've perhaps felt this in the presence of someone deeply authentic, how their groundedness in truth creates a field where you too remember your deepest nature. Parvati arranged her simple offerings and settled into meditation beside him. She had come not to disturb his profound peace, but to join it, to prove through her own dedication that she could match the depths of consciousness he had attained. Day after day, she sat in perfect stillness, her external form growing ever simpler, while something magnificent awakened within. Think of your own experiences of meditation or deep contemplation. Dear listener, how the longer you sit in stillness, the more you discover about the vast space of awareness that is your true nature. This was Parvati's journey, but accelerated and intensified beyond ordinary measure. Seasons turned like pages in a cosmic book. Snow fell and melted, flowers bloomed and returned to earth. Stars wheeled in their eternal patterns overhead. Still Parvati sat, her consciousness growing ever deeper, ever more merged with the infinite reality that underlies all appearance. But without the dynamic feminine principle active in the world, creation itself began to grow static. New possibilities stopped emerging. Flowers forgot how to bloom with full radiance. Even the wind grew listless. The cosmic balance was shifting dangerously toward pure consciousness without the creative energy that keeps existence vital and alive. Finally, love itself intervened. The god of attraction drew his bow and aimed an arrow at Shiva's heart. The moment desire touched the Lord of Destruction, his third eye opened like a star exploding, reducing the archer to ash in an instant. But the purpose was achieved. Shiva's perfect meditation was gently broken, and then, slowly, like dawn breaking over peaks that have waited eons for this moment, he opened his eyes. When Shiva's gaze fell upon Parvati, recognition blazed through him like lightning illuminating a night sky. Here was his beloved, but transformed beyond imagination through her devotion and austerity. She had awakened to her true nature as the divine feminine principle itself, no longer seeking the divine, but embodying it. As if sensing his gaze, Parvati opened her eyes. When their awareness met, it was like two flames touching and becoming one fire, like two rivers, recognizing they had always been the same water, flowing toward the same infinite sea. Without words, they rose and began to dance. This was the cosmic dance that you participate in every moment of your life, dear listener. The dance between the part of you that simply witnesses and the part that creates, between your capacity for deep stillness and your impulse toward dynamic engagement with life. Their movement contained all possible dances within it, every step creating universes, every gesture setting galaxies spinning. Shiva's steps embodied the rhythm of letting go, that clear space for new birth, the divine dissolution that makes all transformation possible. Parvati's movements were the pulse of creation that fills emptiness with infinite possibility. Together, they dance the balance that keeps existence in motion, that harmonizes all opposites. As they danced, the mountain trembled with joy. Flowers bloomed instantly in their footsteps. Streams changed course to form sacred patterns, and the stars themselves rearranged to better witness this cosmic celebration. Their dance was fierce and gentle, wild and controlled, containing every movement and its opposite in perfect harmony. When Shiva leaped high, Parvati moved low, grounding his flight with earthbound grace. When she spun in rapid circles of creative energy, he remained the centered axis around which her movement could safely revolve. Each was complete alone, but together they created something beyond what either could achieve separately. The universe itself bore witness to their sacred marriage. From their union came not just their divine children, but all of existence, for they represent the fundamental principles that create reality, consciousness and energy, awareness and creativity, the masculine and feminine aspects that exist within all things and within each of us. In the most beautiful artistic depictions, they appear as one being, half male and half female, representing the ultimate truth that these apparent opposites are complementary aspects of unified consciousness. One foot is planted firmly on earth, while the other lifts in eternal dance. Half the face holds perfect serenity, while the other radiates dynamic compassion. Dear listener, as your breathing grows even slower and your body settles into deeper rest, recognize that this sacred marriage lives within you. You too contain both the witness consciousness that observes all experience with perfect equanimity and the creative energy that brings new possibilities into being moment by moment. You've experienced your inner Shiva in moments of perfect stillness, when thought ceases and you simply rest in pure awareness, like a mountain lake reflecting infinite sky. You've danced your inner Parvati when creative energy flows through you, when you've given birth to new ideas or projects, when life moves through you like music made of light. Their eternal dance is your dance, happening in every breath that rises and falls, every heartbeat that expands and contracts, every moment when consciousness meets experience and recognizes itself in new forms. The same love that united them pulses in your own heart. The same cosmic balance they achieved is available in your own being. In your dreams tonight, may you dance with this divine grace, finding perfect balance between being and becoming, between resting in awareness and engaging with life's endless creativity. May you discover the sacred marriage within your own heart, where all seeming opposites reveal themselves as movements in one cosmic dance of love. And may you wake tomorrow, carrying the quiet knowing that you are both the stillness and the movement, both the witness and the creator, both the mountain and the dance, unified in the one consciousness that expresses itself as this beautiful, ever-changing, eternally perfect play of existence. And all is well. All has always been well. In the eternal dance of consciousness and energy that creates and sustains all things. In the sacred marriage of opposites that reveals itself as unity. In the cosmic love story written in the movement of stars and the beating of every heart. In the divine play where every seeking leads to finding, where every love story is the one love discovering its infinite nature through endless expressions of its own perfect being. All is well, in the dance that never ends, in the love that cannot be broken, in the truth that lives forever, in the secret chamber of every heart, where Shiva and Parvati are always dancing, always loving, always creating the world anew in each eternal moment of perfect being. All is well. You are settling beautifully into this gentle rhythm of ancient wisdom, dear listener, your body finding deeper rest with each story, your heart opening like a night-blooming flower to receive these timeless teachings about love. These are stories that have guided seekers for thousands of years, offering spiritual lessons we can all learn from. Wisdom about the nature of love that transcends time and culture. Let yourself drift even deeper now, trusting that these tales of divine connection will work their quiet magic in the soft spaces of your mind. Now we journey to ancient China, to a time when the boundary between earth and heaven was thin as silk, and love itself could weave bridges across the impossible distances between stars. Here unfolds the tender story of Nua Lang and Jin Yu, the cowherd and the weaver girl, whose love teaches us that patience and devotion can create pathways where none seemed possible. Picture, if you will, the vast expanse of rural China as evening settles over rice paddies that mirror the sky like scattered pieces of heaven fallen to earth. The air is warm and sweet, with the fragrance of jasmine and lotus blossoms, heavy with the drowsy hum of crickets composing their nightly symphony. Mist rises from rivers that wind through valleys green as jade, and in the distance, mountains stand like sleeping dragons against a sky beginning to fill with the first shy stars of twilight. In this peaceful countryside lived a young man named Nu Lang, whose heart was as gentle as summer rain, and whose hands were kind to all living creatures. He was an orphan who had inherited only a small plot of land and an old water buffalo, but he possessed something far more valuable. A soul that naturally recognized the sacred in the ordinary, the divine in the everyday moments of tending crops and caring for animals. You may know someone like this, dear listener, or perhaps you recognize this quality in yourself during your most peaceful moments. That capacity to find contentment in simple tasks, to feel connected to something larger while doing the most mundane activities, to discover that presence itself is a form of prayer. Each dawn, Niulang would lead his faithful buffalo to graze in meadows where morning glory vines climbed wild through bamboo groves, their purple flowers opening like tiny prayers to greet the rising sun. He would sit beneath willow trees whose branches hung like green waterfalls, playing simple melodies on a bamboo flute, while his buffalo grazed contentedly nearby. The music he made was not complex, but it carried something that drew birds from their nests to listen, something that made even the wind pause in its eternal wandering. There was a quality to his presence that you might recognize from your own experiences of deep contentment, those moments when you're so aligned with the natural rhythm of life that you become part of the harmony rather than separate from it. His days flowed like a gentle river, unmarked by urgency or dissatisfaction, filled instead with the quiet joy that comes from living in harmony with the cycles of earth and sky. But far above, in the celestial realms where clouds are born and immortals dwell in palaces made of crystallized light, lived Jinyu, the weaver girl whose fingers could spin starlight into silk and whose loom created the very clouds that drifted across the mortal sky. She was the granddaughter of the Queen Mother of the West, the most powerful deity in the heavenly court, a being whose beauty was legendary even among the immortals. Jinyu spent her days in chambers where the walls were made of mother of pearl that caught and scattered rainbow light with every movement of air, weaving on a loom strung with threads of pure silver and gold. Her tapestries were so beautiful, they could make even the gods weep with recognition of perfect beauty. She wove the colors of sunrise and sunset, the patterns of wind through wheat fields, the delicate tracery of frost on windows, all the beauty that mortals glimpse but cannot quite capture. Yet, despite her gifts and the luxury that surrounded her, Jinyu felt a strange emptiness in her heart, a longing she couldn't name or satisfy with any celestial pleasure. You may have felt this yourself, dear listener, that sense that despite having everything the world says should make you happy, something essential feels missing, some connection or purpose that would make all your activities feel meaningful rather than merely beautiful. She would pause in her weaving to gaze down at the mortal world, through windows made of crystal, so pure it was invisible, watching the simple lives unfolding below with a yearning that surprised her. There was something about the way mortals loved and struggled and found joy in small things that made her immortal. Perfection feels somehow hollow, like a golden bowl that rings beautifully when struck, but holds no water. One summer evening, when the celestial court was engaged in festivities that would last for days, Jinyu felt the longing in her heart grow so strong she could no longer ignore it. With her sisters, she descended to the mortal realm, drawn by an impulse she didn't fully understand but trusted completely. They came to bathe in a lake, so clear it seemed like liquid moonlight, its waters fed by springs that bubbled up from the very heart of the earth. The lake was surrounded by lotus flowers that bloomed in impossible abundance, their petals white as fresh snow and pink as the inside of seashells, their fragrance so pure it seemed to cleanse the soul with each breath. Weeping willows trailed their branches in the water like the hair of sleeping water spirits, and the air was alive with fireflies that pulsed like tiny stars seeking their way home. As the celestial sisters bathed and laughed, their voices like silver bells carried on the evening breeze, Niulang approached through the bamboo groves, leading his buffalo to drink at the lake's edge. He moved quietly, not wanting to disturb what seemed like a scene from the most beautiful dream, but when his eyes fell upon Jinyu, time itself seemed to pause like a held breath. She stood waist-deep in water that reflected the first stars of evening, and for a moment, Niulang couldn't tell where the celestial realm ended and the earthly one began. Her beauty was not of this world, yet something in her presence felt familiar, as if he had been unknowingly searching for her his entire life. You know this feeling, perhaps, that shock of recognition when you meet someone who feels like home before you've even spoken. When Xinyu's eyes met his across the lamplit water, the same recognition blazed through her. Here was what she had been seeking, without knowing she was seeking anything at all. Not perfection, or power, or immortal pleasure, but this simple connection between two souls who recognized each other across the vast distances of different realms, different natures, different destinies. They spoke, and in speaking discovered they had been seeking each other across lifetimes without knowing the other existed. Their conversation flowed like water, finding its natural course, each word creating understanding, each silence deepening recognition. She told him of her life in the celestial realm, the beauty that surrounded her but left her somehow empty. He shared the simple contentment of his days, the way he found the divine in the most ordinary moments. As they talked through the night, sitting on a bank carpeted with lotus petals that released their perfume with each gentle breeze, they discovered that love is not about similarity, but about completion, not about having everything in common, but about finding in another what makes your own soul feel whole. When dawn painted the eastern sky in shades of rose and gold, Jinyu made a choice that changed the course of both their destinies. Instead of returning to the celestial realm with her sisters, she remained on Earth, drawn by a love that felt more real than all the immortal splendors she had ever known. They were married in a ceremony witnessed by heaven and earth alike. Birds gathered to sing their blessing, flowers bloomed out of season in celebration, and even the old buffalo seemed to understand that something sacred was taking place. For 3 blessed years, they lived in happiness so complete, it seemed to transform the very air around them. You might think of the times in your own life when love has made everything seem more vivid, more alive, when being with someone special made even the simplest activities feel touched with magic. This was their experience, but magnified beyond ordinary measure, because their love bridged not just 2 hearts, but 2 entire realms of existence. Jinyu learned the joy of simple earth pleasures, the taste of fruit warm from the tree, the feel of soil between her fingers as she planted gardens, the satisfaction of cooking meals with ingredients they had grown themselves. Niu Lang discovered through her presence that his quiet contentment could deepen into something approaching ecstasy, that love could make every moment feel like a gift worth treasuring. They had children, a boy and a girl, whose laughter filled their small home with music, sweeter than any celestial symphony. Their life was simple, by heavenly standards, but rich beyond measure in the coin that matters most, the presence of love in every ordinary moment. But their happiness could not remain hidden from the celestial realm forever. When the Queen Mother of the West discovered that her granddaughter had abandoned her divine duties for mortal love, her rage was terrible to behold. She came to Earth in a chariot pulled by dragons, whose eyes blazed like stars, her court robes whipping around her like storm clouds pregnant with lightning. "You have forgotten your true nature," she declared to Jinyu, her voice carrying the authority of one who had ruled the heavens since time began. "This mortal love is beneath you, a distraction from your cosmic purpose. You will return to your duties immediately." When Jinyu refused, choosing love over duty, earthly happiness over celestial privilege, the Queen Mother's punishment was swift and seemingly final. She drew her golden hairpin across the sky, creating the silver river of stars we call the Milky Way, a cosmic barrier that separated the lovers by a distance that seemed impossible to bridge. Jinyu was pulled back to the celestial realm, forced to resume her weaving, while her heart remained with her beloved family on Earth. Niu Lang was left below with their children, staring up at the night sky, where he could sometimes see his beloved star glowing with what seemed like tears of silver light. The separation was agony beyond description, not just for them, but for all who witnessed it. The very cosmos seemed to grieve. Flowers forgot how to bloom with their full radiance. Birds sang lamentations instead of love songs, and even the wind carried sighs of sorrow across the valleys where they had known such perfect happiness. Yet this is where the deepest spiritual teaching of their story begins, dear listener. For true love, the kind that connects souls rather than merely personalities, cannot be destroyed by any external force, only transformed. What seemed like an ending was actually a beginning of love's education in patience, devotion, and the recognition that connection transcends all physical limitations. Niulang would take their children to the highest hills each night, pointing out their mother's star and telling them stories of her love that made the celestial light seem to pulse brighter. His love did not diminish with distance, but deepened into something approaching prayer, a constant offering of devotion that reached across impossible space to touch her heart. Jinyu, forced to weave in her celestial chambers, found that her tapestries now carried new beauty, patterns that spoke of longing and loss and love that endures beyond all circumstances. Her fellow immortals, witnessing her devotion, began to understand that mortal love was not weakness, but a strength they had never imagined. The magpies, those intelligent black and white birds who had witnessed their earthly happiness, were moved by the purity of their love to perform an act of cosmic compassion. Once each year, on the 7th day of the 7th lunar month, they would gather in numbers beyond counting, their bodies forming a living bridge across the Milky Way. On that sacred night, which came to be known as the Festival of the Double Seventh, Jinyu could cross the bridge of magpie wings to reunite with her beloved family. Their reunion was so intense, so filled with accumulated love and longing, that the very stars would weep with joy, their tears falling as the gentle rain that still blesses the earth on that night each year. These annual reunions taught them a love deeper than constant presence ever could. They learned to treasure each moment with an intensity that transformed ordinary time into eternity. They discovered that anticipation itself could become a form of devotion, that waiting with love was its own kind of fulfillment. You may recognize this wisdom from your own experiences, dear listener, perhaps from relationships where physical distance taught you how to love beyond proximity, or from times when loss revealed love's indestructible essence, or from moments when patience became a doorway to deeper appreciation. Their love story became a teaching for all who heard it, a reminder that true connection transcends all apparent obstacles. Lovers separated by duty or distance would look up at the Milky Way and remember that love patient enough can bridge any gap, devotion deep enough can overcome any barrier. Young people would make wishes on their wedding day to love with the constancy of Niulang and Jinyu, to find in each other not just companionship but cosmic completion. Poets would write verses comparing every deep love to theirs, every patient waiting to their annual vigil. The magpie became a symbol of hope, of the help that comes when love is pure enough to move the hearts of all creation. People learned to see in these common black and white birds the messengers of love, the proof that devotion calls forth assistance from unexpected sources. As you rest now in the growing quiet of night, dear listener, let this story settle into your heart like gentle rain nourishing patient seeds. Feel how it speaks to the part of you that knows love transcends all circumstances. That connection deeper than physical presence is always possible when hearts remain open and devoted. Perhaps there are people in your life separated from you by distance or circumstance, relationships where love must bridge gaps of space or time or misunderstanding. Let the wisdom of Niulang and Jinyu remind you that love's essence travels instantly across any distance, that patient devotion creates bridges where none seemed possible. Or perhaps you recognize in their story the relationship between your human self and the divine presence that sometimes feels distant, separated by the vast spaces of ordinary consciousness. Let their patient love inspire your own spiritual devotion, your own willingness to wait with open heart for those moments when the bridge appears and union becomes possible. In your dreams tonight, may you walk across bridges made of starlight and devotion, finding that love patient enough to wait transforms waiting itself into a form of communion. May you discover that the space between lover and beloved, like the space between earth and stars, is not emptiness but fullness, not separation but connection made visible. And may you wake tomorrow knowing that every love in your life is practicing this same eternal dance of separation and reunion, teaching you that what is real cannot be lost, only temporarily hidden from view, like stars concealed by daylight, but shining always beyond the veil of appearances. And all is well. All has always been well, in the love that bridges every distance, that transforms patience into presence and longing into communion. In the magpie wisdom that teaches us, love calls forth help from unexpected sources, that devotion pure enough moves the very heart of creation to assist in reunion. All is well, in the annual return of love to itself, in the festival of recognition that happens whenever two souls remember their eternal connection, in the bridge that love builds across every gap, every difference, every apparent impossibility that separates heart from heart. All is well. You are settling even deeper now, dear listener, your body finding its perfect position of rest, your breath naturally synchronizing with the gentle rhythm of night itself. Feel how your mind is growing quieter, more receptive, like a still lake reflecting the first stars of evening. These stories of divine love work their deepest healing when we receive them in this soft, open state, when our hearts become spacious enough to hold the infinite tenderness that flows through these ancient tales. Next we journey to Vrindavan, the sacred grove where time moves differently, where every leaf whispers love songs and every breeze carries the fragrance of eternal spring. Here, in pastoral lands where reality itself seems softer, more golden, more alive with possibility, unfolds the love story of Radha and Krishna, the soul's eternal dance with the divine beloved. Picture, if you will, the countryside of ancient India as dawn breaks over rolling hills, the color of emeralds touched by morning light. Mist rises from the Yamuna River like incense offered to heaven, and peacocks call from trees heavy with mangoes that smell of summer itself. This is Vrindavan, where cowherd children play games that are actually cosmic dances, where every moment pulses with the recognition that ordinary life and divine play are one and the same mystery. Perhaps you know this feeling from your own life, dear listener. Those moments when the everyday world suddenly reveals its hidden magic, when you're walking in nature and feel everything alive and conscious around you, or when you're lost in creative flow and sense something vast and loving moving through your hands, your voice, your very being. This is the realm we're entering now. In this land where the sacred and mundane dance together like lovers who cannot bear to be apart, there lived among the cowherd people a child unlike any other. Krishna's skin was the color of storm clouds, pregnant with rain, dark and luminous as polished sapphire. His eyes held depths that seemed to contain entire universes, and when he smiled, it was as if the sun itself had learned to laugh. Even as a baby, there was something about him that made people pause, as if in his presence they remembered something they had always known but temporarily forgotten.
You might recognize this quality in certain people you've met, dear listener, those rare souls whose very presence seems to wake something sleeping in your heart, who remind you without words that you are more than you usually remember yourself to be.
Krishna grew up among the cowherds, playing in meadows where lotus flowers bloomed in impossible colors and streams sang lullabies to the stones in their beds. He was always surrounded by friends who adored him, children who would follow him anywhere, because being near him felt like coming home to a joy they hadn't known they were missing. His favorite games involved hide and seek among the flowering trees, his laughter echoing through groves where even the branches seemed to bend down to hear his voice more clearly. But it was his music that truly revealed his divine nature. When Krishna played his flute, sitting on the banks of the Yamuna, as evening painted the sky in shades of rose and gold, the very air would grow thick with sweetness. Cows would stop grazing and stand motionless, tears of love streaming from their gentle eyes. Birds would fall silent, not from fear, but from rapture, as if his melodies contained every song they had ever dreamed of singing. The sound of his flute was unlike anything in the ordinary world. It seemed to bypass the ears entirely and speak directly to the soul, awakening a longing so exquisite it was almost unbearable, a homesickness for something you couldn't name but recognized as surely as your own heartbeat. You may have felt this yourself in moments of profound beauty, when music or poetry or natural splendor suddenly opens a door in your heart to something infinite and achingly familiar. Among all who heard his music, none was more deeply touched than Radha, whose very name means prosperity, but whose true wealth lay in her capacity for love beyond measure. She was the most beautiful of the Cowherd girls, but her beauty was not merely of form. It was the radiance that comes when someone loves so completely that their entire being becomes transparent to the divine light that flows through all things. Radha had grown up knowing Krishna, playing with him in childhood games among gardens where jasmine bloomed at night and filled the air with perfume so intoxicating it seemed to make the stars themselves sway in the sky. But as they grew older, something deeper began to unfold between them, a recognition that went beyond ordinary attraction to touch the very source of love itself. When Radha looked at Krishna, she saw not just the beautiful cowherd boy, but the divine consciousness that animates all existence, the eternal beloved that every soul seeks, whether it knows it or not. When Krishna looked at Radha, he saw his own divine energy reflected back to him, the devotional love that gives meaning to existence, the soul's capacity to love the infinite with such intensity that lover and beloved dissolve into one blissful recognition. You know this quality of love, dear listener, perhaps from moments when affection for another person suddenly opened into something universal, when loving one being showed you the love that flows through all beings, when personal tenderness became a doorway to cosmic compassion. Their love story unfolded in the sacred groves of Vrindavan, where every tree seemed to lean in to witness their divine play. They would meet by moonlight in clearings carpeted with flower petals that released their fragrance under their dancing feet. The very air around them would shimmer with an energy that made ordinary reality seem thin and translucent, as if their love was so pure it transformed the material world into something approaching paradise. When they danced together under stars that seemed to pulse in rhythm with their movements, it was not merely two young people expressing attraction. It was the cosmic dance of consciousness, with its own creative power, the eternal play of the divine with itself, the universe falling in love with its own infinite beauty through these two radiant forms. Their midnight meetings became legendary among the Cowherd girls, who would sometimes catch glimpses of them dancing in moonlit groves, their movements so graceful it seemed they were painting love itself onto the canvas of night. Radha's sari would flow around her like liquid starlight, and Krishna's yellow robes would flutter like captured sunshine, their bodies moving in perfect harmony as if they were one soul expressing itself through two forms. But this love was not without its complexities, for divine love must touch every aspect of human experience to be complete. Krishna, being the divine incarnate, belonged not just to Radha, but to all who loved him. He danced with all the Cowherd girls, each one experiencing through him the complete fulfillment of her heart's deepest longing, each one feeling herself to be his only beloved, even while sharing him with others. This sharing was not loss, but multiplication, not division, but infinite expansion.
for divine love has the magical quality of being completely present to each heart while remaining inexhaustibly whole. You may have touched this mystery yourself in moments when loving one person opened your heart so widely that you found yourself filled with compassion for all beings, when particular affection became universal tenderness. Radha, as the supreme devotee, understood this paradox most deeply. Her love for Krishna was so complete that it contained no jealousy, no possessiveness, no desire to limit his infinite nature. She loved him with such purity that her love became a clear mirror in which others could see their own divine nature reflected. She was both his most intimate beloved and his greatest teacher, showing by example how the soul can love the divine without reservation, without condition, without end. Their most sacred meetings took place in a grove where a kadamba tree spread its branches like a natural temple, its flowers releasing perfume that seemed to carry the essence of every prayer ever offered. Here, by the light of a moon that seemed to shine more brightly when it witnessed their love, they would sit together in perfect communion, their conversation the deepest teachings ever shared between lover and beloved. "Who are you really?" Radha would ask, though she already knew the answer in her heart. "I am love itself," Krishna would reply, his voice carrying the music of spheres. "And you are the soul's capacity to recognize and receive that love. Without you, I am merely potential. Without me, you are merely longing. Together we are the complete truth of existence, discovering itself through the play of love." These dialogues were not philosophical discussions, but exchanges of pure being, words that dissolved into silence, silence that bloomed into wordless understanding. You might recognize this quality of communion from your own deepest relationships, those moments when conversation transcends mere communication and becomes a sharing of essence, when two souls meet in a space beyond the reach of ordinary language. As their love deepened, it began to transform everyone it touched. The Cowherd girls, who witnessed their divine play, found their own capacity for love infinitely expanded. The very landscape of Vrindavan became more beautiful, more alive, as if their love was slowly transmuting matter itself into pure consciousness. Trees bore fruit, out of season, flowers bloomed with colors that had no names, and even the dust beneath their feet seemed to glow with inner light. But like all profound spiritual teachings, their love story contained within it the mystery of apparent separation. For Krishna, being the divine incarnate, was called to fulfill his cosmic purpose in the world beyond Vrindavan. The time came when he had to leave the pastoral paradise where their love had flowered, departing for the royal court where he would take up his role as teacher and protector of righteousness. The night before his departure, Radha and Krishna met one final time in their sacred grove. The air was heavy with the perfume of night-blooming jasmine, and the moon seemed to weep silver tears that fell like blessings on the flower-strewn ground. They danced together with an intensity that contained every dance they had ever shared, and every dance they would never share in physical form. "How can love be separated from love?" Radha asked, her voice carrying the anguish of every soul that has ever felt the beloved slipping away like water through cupped hands. Krishna's answer came not in words, but in the depth of his gaze, in the way his eyes seemed to hold her so completely that she understood with sudden clarity that their love transcended all forms, all circumstances, all apparent limitations. True love, his silence seemed to say, is never truly absent, only temporarily invisible to eyes that have forgotten how to see. When dawn came and Krishna departed, riding in a chariot that carried him toward his destiny, Radha stood watching until he disappeared beyond the horizon. But instead of despair, she felt a strange expansion in her heart, as if his physical departure had somehow made room for a love even more vast and encompassing than what they had shared in form. This is the great teaching of their love story, dear listener, the wisdom that lives in your own heart when you love deeply enough to let go,
completely enough to trust that what is real cannot be lost, only transformed. You may have experienced this yourself in times of loss or separation, when grief unexpectedly opened into a love more spacious than possession, when letting go became a doorway to holding everything more lightly and completely. From that day forward, Radha's love became pure devotion, unattached to any particular form, but flowing like an endless river toward the divine presence she now recognized in everything. She would sit by the Yamuna River at sunset, singing songs of love that made the very stones weep with recognition. Her voice carried such longing and such fulfillment simultaneously that birds would gather to listen, and even the wind would grow still to better hear her heart's expression. Her songs became the template for all devotional poetry that would follow, verses that captured the soul's journey from separation to union, from seeking to finding, from loving the form to loving the essence that gives life to all forms. In her voice, every soul could hear its own deepest yearning, its own capacity for love without limits. The other Cowherd girls would gather around her as she sang, their own hearts opening like flowers in the warmth of her devotion. Through her example, they learned that love need not be diminished by distance, that the beloved lives most fully in the heart that has learned to love without grasping, to unite without possessing. Years passed, like verses in an endless love song. Radha never married, never sought ordinary fulfillment, for she had tasted a love so complete that all other experiences seemed like pale reflections of that divine sweetness. She became a living temple of devotion, her very presence teaching others how to find the eternal beloved within their own hearts. When pilgrims would ask her about Krishna, whether she missed him, whether she regretted their love, she would smile with such radiance that they would understand, without words, that her love had transcended all questions of presence and absence, fulfillment and loss. "He is here," she would say, her hand resting over her heart. "He has always been here. The separation was only a dream, and the dream taught me how to love without boundaries, how to find the infinite within the finite, how to dance with the divine in every moment, whether he appears in form or flows as pure consciousness through the spaces between thoughts." This teaching flows to you now, dear listener, as your breathing grows slower and your awareness settles into the quiet space where all stories become one story, all love becomes one love. You too carry within your heart this capacity for devotion that transcends all circumstances, this ability to love so completely that lover and beloved merge into one seamless dance of consciousness, recognizing itself. Perhaps you have felt this in moments of deep love for another person, when affection opened into something universal and timeless, or in experiences of natural beauty so profound they seemed to dissolve the boundaries between observer and observed, or in creative moments when you felt something infinite flowing through you, using your hands and voice and being to express its endless creativity. The love of Radha and Krishna lives in every moment when you choose love over fear, presence over absence, devotion over indifference. It pulses in your heartbeat, flows in your breath, shines in your willingness to remain open, even when love asks you to love beyond your comfort, beyond your understanding, beyond your ability to control or predict. In your dreams tonight, may you dance in moonlit groves, where every step is a prayer, and every movement a celebration of the divine love that flows through all existence. May you hear the flute music that calls all souls home to their deepest nature, the melody that plays eternally in the silence between your thoughts. And may you wake tomorrow knowing that you are both Radha and Krishna, both the lover and the beloved, both the one who seeks and the one who is always already found, dancing together in the eternal play of consciousness, discovering its own infinite nature through the beautiful game of apparent separation and inevitable reunion. And all is well. All has always been well, in the love that knows no beginning and no end, that flows like an endless river through every heart that has ever opened to receive it, in the divine romance that plays out in every moment of genuine connection, every act of selfless devotion,
every recognition that love is not something we have, but something we are.
All is well in the sacred groves where every soul dances with its beloved, in the music that plays eternally, whether we remember to listen or not, in the love that lives forever, in the secret chamber of every heart, waiting patiently to be remembered, to be celebrated, to be lived as the deepest truth of who we are.
All is well. You are resting so beautifully now, dear listener, your breathing naturally deepening, your consciousness gently floating between the shores of waking and sleeping. These stories of divine love are ancient medicine for the soul, teaching us through the language of the heart what the mind alone could never comprehend. Let yourself drift even deeper as we explore another facet of love's infinite mystery, another pathway to understanding the sacred nature of complete devotion. In this story, we journey to the sun-baked deserts of ancient Arabia, where the horizon shimmers with heat mirages and the very air seems to pulse with the memory of passionate hearts. Here, among the black tents of nomadic tribes and the oases where date palms offer shade like green prayers against the endless sky, unfolds the story of Layla and Majnun, a love so pure it becomes madness, so intense it transforms into the highest form of spiritual seeking.
Picture the vast expanse of desert that stretches beyond the reach of human memory, where sand dunes shift like slow golden waves in an ocean of silence. The air carries scents of frankincense and myrrh, of camel hide, and the distant sweetness of oasis waters. In this landscape, where survival depends on following ancient wisdom, where every grain of sand has been blessed by countless prayers, lived a young poet whose heart was destined to teach the world about love's most sacred madness. His name was Kays, which means lover in the old tongue, though the world would come to know him as Majnun, the mad one, for his love would carry him beyond the boundaries of ordinary sanity into realms where only the heart can navigate. From childhood, he possessed that quality you may recognize in certain sensitive souls, an openness to beauty so complete it sometimes seemed like a wound, a capacity for feeling that made ordinary life feel thin and translucent. You might know this quality yourself, dear listener, that almost painful sensitivity to beauty that sometimes overwhelms, the way a sunset or a piece of music can suddenly bring tears for reasons you can't quite explain. This was Kays's natural state, as if his soul had been born with one layer of skin missing, leaving him perpetually open to the raw beauty and sorrow of existence. In the same tribe lived a girl named Layla, whose name means night, but whose presence was like dawn itself, illuminating everything around her with a radiance that seemed to emanate from some inner source. She was beautiful beyond description, but her beauty was not merely physical. It was the glow that surrounds those who have been touched by grace, who carry within themselves some fragment of the divine light that gives life to all things. When she walked through the camp, her dark robes flowing like liquid shadow touched with silver stars, even the camels would lift their heads to watch her passage. The elders would pause in their storytelling, sensing in her presence something that reminded them of the holy places they had visited in their youth. The springs of Zamzam, the sacred stones that held the prayers of pilgrims. Kays and Layla grew up together, playing childhood games among the date palms of their oasis, their friendship as natural as the bond between earth and sky. But as they matured, something deeper began to stir between them, a recognition that went beyond ordinary attraction to touch the very source of love itself. When Kwakel looked at Layla, he saw not just the beautiful daughter of his father's friend, but the face of the divine beloved that every mystic seeks in meditation and prayer. Her eyes became for him the mirror in which his soul could see its own divine nature reflected. Her voice was the music of the spheres made audible, her laughter the sound of paradise welcoming him home. This is the great mystery that Kays discovered, the teaching that lies at the heart of all mystical traditions, that sometimes the infinite chooses to reveal itself through the finite, that divine love can manifest through human love so completely that the beloved becomes transparent to the sacred light that flows through all existence. You may have glimpsed this yourself, dear listener, in moments when love for another person suddenly opened into something universal, when the particular became a doorway to the eternal, when loving one being showed you the love that flows through all beings, like an underground river, nourishing every living thing. For Layla, gazing into Kais's eyes was like looking into pools of star water that reflected not just his individual soul, but the cosmic consciousness that expresses itself through every creature. His poetry, which he would recite to her in secret meetings among the tamarisk trees, carried words that seemed to come from beyond his personal mind, verses that spoke of love in language so pure it could make the very stones weep with recognition. Their love meetings became legendary in the tribe. Though few understood their true nature, they would sit together in groves where night-blooming jasmine filled the air with perfume, so intoxicating it seemed to alter consciousness itself. Speaking in poetry, there was really prayer, touching hands that seemed to channel divine energy between their souls. But their love was not destined for ordinary fulfillment. When Kais asked for Layla's hand in marriage, her father, fearing the intensity of their connection and the way it made Kais abandon all worldly concerns in favor of endless verse-making, refused his request. Instead, he promised Layla to another man, one whose love was more conventional, more manageable, more suited to the practical necessities of tribal life. The day of Layla's wedding to another was the day Kais truly earned his name, Majnun, for his sanity, which had been held together only by the thread of hope for union with his beloved, finally snapped under the weight of absolute loss. But this was not the madness of illness or weakness. This was the divine madness that overtakes the soul when it loves so completely that it can no longer live comfortably in ordinary reality. He fled into the desert, his heart so broken it could only pour itself out in poetry that made even the Bedouins weep. His verses, carried by traders across the ancient world, spoke of love with such intensity that hearing them was like being struck by lightning, like having your heart suddenly understand languages it had never learned. You might recognize this state from your own experiences of deep loss, dear listener, times when grief cracked you open so completely that ordinary life became impossible. But from that breaking came insights and compassion you never could have accessed through comfort alone. In the vast emptiness of the desert, where the horizon stretches beyond human comprehension and silence has weight and presence, Majnun learned to live on love alone. He would go days without food or water, sustained entirely by the memory of Layla's face, by verses that poured through him like divine revelation, by a longing so pure it became its own form of nourishment. The desert creatures, recognizing the sacred madness that possessed him, would bring him offerings. Gazelles would approach without fear, their liquid eyes reflecting understanding of his divine affliction. Even the lions would lie down beside him in the cool of evening, sensing that he had moved beyond the realm where ordinary predator and prey relationships had meaning. His poetry became the purest expression of mystical love ever written, verses that captured the soul's absolute yearning for union with the divine. Every word was wrung from the depths of genuine spiritual experience, every image born from the fire of love that had consumed everything ordinary in his nature and left only the essential flame of seeking. Meanwhile, Layla, trapped in a loveless marriage, but bound by the sacred laws of honor and duty, found her own form of spiritual practice in patient endurance. She would sit by her window each night, gazing toward the desert where she knew Majnun wandered, sending her love across the impossible distances of social convention and family obligation. Her love, constrained by circumstances but never diminished, became like a hidden spring, feeding an oasis. Though she could not be with her beloved in body, she learned to love him in spirit with such constancy that their separation became, paradoxically, the deepest form of union either could have achieved. You may understand this mystery from your own life, dear listener, how sometimes the greatest intimacy comes not from physical presence, but from the soul's capacity to remain connected across any distance, to love without grasping, to hold someone in your heart with such tenderness that space and time become irrelevant. Years passed like seasons in a landscape where only love marked time. Majnun's reputation as a poet saint spread across the known world. Pilgrims would seek him in the desert, hoping to hear verses that could crack open their own hearts, that could teach them how to love without reservation, how to find the divine through the madness of complete devotion. When they found him, usually sitting beneath a thorn tree whose shade was his only shelter, his appearance would shock them. His hair had grown wild and matted, his body thin from fasting, his clothes reduced to rags by the desert wind, but his eyes held a light that made them understand immediately why people called his condition sacred madness, rather than mere insanity. He would recite poetry that seemed to come from beyond the human realm, verses that spoke of Layla, but were really about the eternal beloved that every soul seeks in its deepest longing. His love for her had become so purified by separation and longing that she had transformed in his consciousness from an individual woman into the face of divine love itself. "I have loved Layla so completely," he would tell the pilgrims who sought his teaching, "that I have found her everywhere. She is in every flower that blooms, every star that shines, every breath that rises and falls in my chest. The separation I thought would destroy me has shown me that love, when it burns away everything that is not itself, becomes the very substance of existence." This was the great realization that his madness had brought him, that the beloved we seek outside ourselves is actually the divine presence within our own hearts, temporarily projected onto another form to teach us how to love without limits. Through losing Layla as a person, he had found her as the divine essence that flows through all creation. The stories say that when news finally reached him of Layla's death, having lived her entire life faithful to their impossible love while fulfilling her duties as wife and daughter, Majnun's grief was so vast it seemed to crack the desert floor itself. He made his way to her grave, a simple mound in the tribal burial ground, marked only with stones arranged by mourning hands. There, lying upon the earth that held her earthly form, his heart finally achieved the union it had been seeking all along. But it was not union with Layla, the person, but with the divine love of which she had been the perfect mirror. His last verses, found written in the sand around her grave, spoke of a love so complete it required no object, a devotion so pure it had dissolved all distinction between lover and beloved. When dawn came, the desert wind had already begun to cover his still form with the same sand that held his beloved, their earthly story, complete, but their spiritual teaching just beginning. For their love had become a map for all who would follow, showing how human love can become a ladder to divine love, how the madness of complete devotion can become the sanest response to a reality that is itself made of love. Their story, spread across cultures and centuries, carried by merchants and mystics, poets and pilgrims who recognized in their impossible love a reflection of their own soul's deepest yearning. In every tradition, seekers found in Layla and Majnun the perfect expression of the spiritual path, the willingness to be broken open by love, to let ordinary sanity be consumed by sacred longing, to discover that what seems like loss can become the doorway to the greatest finding. As you rest now in the deepening quiet of night, dear listener, let their story settle into the chambers of your heart, like frankincense slowly releasing its sacred fragrance. Feel how it speaks to the part of you that has known unreasonable love, impossible devotion, the kind of caring that makes no practical sense but perfect spiritual sense. Perhaps you have loved someone you could not have, and felt the peculiar way such love purifies the heart, teaching you to love without grasping, to find fulfillment in devotion itself, rather than in possession. Or perhaps you recognize in their story the relationship between your human self and the divine presence that sometimes feels so distant, yet remains closer than your own breath. Let Majnun's sacred madness remind you that there is a kind of spiritual sanity that looks like madness to the ordinary world, a wisdom that comes only through being broken open by love so completely that nothing remains but the love itself, purified of all selfishness, all demanding, all need to control or comprehend. In your dreams tonight, may you wander in deserts where love is the only compass and devotion the only sustenance. May you discover that the beloved you seek outside yourself is actually the divine presence within your own heart, temporarily hidden so that love can play the beautiful game of seeking and finding, losing and discovering, separation and eternal union. And may you wake tomorrow knowing that every love in your life is practicing this same sacred madness, teaching you through joy and sorrow alike that the heart's capacity for devotion is actually the soul's way of remembering its true nature as love itself, temporarily forgetting so it can experience the ecstasy of remembering again. And all is well. All has always been well in the sacred madness that calls us beyond the boundaries of ordinary sanity, into the realm where love is the only law and devotion the only currency, in the desert wisdom that teaches us how separation can become the deepest form of union, how loss can become the greatest finding, how loving beyond reason becomes the most reasonable response to a reality made entirely of love.
All is well in the poetry that pours from broken hearts, in the verses that capture what cannot be spoken, in the love that finds its truest expression, not in possession, but in the willingness to be possessed completely by the sacred fire that burns away everything that is not itself, leaving only the eternal flame of pure devotion.
All is well. You are floating now in that perfect space between stories, dear listener, your consciousness gentle as moonlight on still water, your heart opened like a flower receiving the morning dew of ancient wisdom. These tales of divine love continue to weave their healing magic through your being, each one a different facet of the same eternal truth about love's transformative power. Let yourself drift even deeper as we explore how love itself becomes the ultimate creative force, breathing life into what was once only potential. And for this story, we journey to the sun-warmed islands of ancient Cyprus, where marble gleams like captured starlight, and the Mediterranean laps against shores where rose petals scatter on salt breezes. Here, in workshops filled with the dust of creation and the dreams of artists, unfolds the story of Pygmalion and Galatea, a tale that teaches us how love, when pure enough, can literally bring new life into being. Picture the ancient city where white columns rise like prayers against azure skies, where olive groves silver in the warm wind, and the scent of wild thyme mingles with the salt-sweet breath of the sea. In this place where beauty was worshipped as naturally as breathing, where every street corner held a shrine to loveliness, and every garden bloomed with flowers that seemed touched by divine hands, lived a sculptor whose soul was entirely devoted to the pursuit of perfect beauty. Pygmalion was his name, and his hands could coax from cold marble forms. So lifelike they seemed to breathe, so graceful they made even the gods pause in wonder. His workshop, carved into living rock, overlooking the harbor where ships arrived carrying treasures from distant lands, was filled with statues that captured every nuance of human beauty and divine grace. Yet for all his skill, for all the praise that flowed to him like wine from grateful patrons, his heart remained strangely empty. You may recognize this feeling, dear listener, the peculiar loneliness that can come even in the midst of great achievement, when outer success fails to touch the deeper chambers of the heart. Perhaps you've known moments when you've created something beautiful, accomplished something significant, yet felt that essential part of yourself still waiting, still searching for the connection that would make all your efforts feel truly meaningful. The irony of Pygmalion's situation was that he, who could capture beauty in stone with such perfection that viewers wept at the sight of his work, had never found beauty in living form that could match his artistic vision. The women of Cyprus, renowned throughout the ancient world for their loveliness, seemed to him somehow incomplete, lacking some essential quality he could create in marble but had never encountered in flesh and blood. This was not arrogance but a kind of sacred discontent, the artist's eternal struggle with the gap between the ideal that burns bright in the imagination and the reality that flesh can embody. He had touched perfection in his artistic vision, but never in his lived experience, and this gap had made him withdraw from ordinary love, convinced that what he sought existed only in the realm of pure creation. But love, as we learned from all these ancient stories, has ways of teaching us that what we think we want and what our souls actually need are often beautifully different. On a day when spring was painting the island in shades of green that seemed to glow with inner light, when the air was sweet with orange blossoms and the sound of temple bells drifted on warm breezes, Pygmalion felt called to create something entirely new. He had acquired a block of marble, so perfect it seemed to hold light within its crystalline depths, stone so pure it felt warm to the touch, as if it contained some sleeping life waiting to be awakened. For days he simply sat with it, feeling its weight and texture, allowing his hands to learn its particular qualities, the way a musician learns the voice of a new instrument. When inspiration finally came, it arrived not as conscious decision, but as irresistible impulse. His hands began to move across the marble, as if guided by some force beyond his individual will, carving with a precision and passion he had never experienced before. Day and night he worked, forgetting to eat, barely pausing for sleep, driven by a creative fever that felt like divine possession. You may have experienced this state yourself, dear listener, those moments when creativity flows through you with such power it feels like you're not creating, but discovering, not making, but uncovering something that already exists in perfect form, waiting to be revealed. This was Pygmalion's experience, but magnified beyond ordinary measure. As the statue emerged from the marble, it became clear that he was creating something unprecedented. Every curve spoke of feminine grace, so perfect it seemed to capture the very essence of woman herself. The face held expressions that shifted with the light, sometimes serene as temple priestesses in prayer, sometimes mysteriously smiling, as if she knew secrets of love that mortals could only dream of understanding. Her hair flowed in waves, so realistic they seemed to move in invisible breezes, carved with such delicacy that each strand was individually defined, yet perfectly harmonious with the whole. Her form was neither the stylized perfection of goddess statues, nor the realistic but imperfect beauty of mortal women, but something that transcended both, ideal beauty that somehow felt absolutely alive, absolutely real. But it was her eyes that truly set this statue apart from any work of art ever created. Though carved from marble, they seemed to hold depths of awareness, as if consciousness itself was somehow sleeping within the stone, waiting for the right moment to awaken. When light struck them at certain angles, they appeared almost to focus, almost to see, creating the unsettling but wonderful illusion that she was looking back at her creator with recognition and perhaps even love. When the statue was finally complete, Pygmalion stepped back and was overwhelmed by what he had created. She was so beautiful, so perfect, that looking at her was like staring into the sun, almost too intense for mortal eyes to bear. But more than beautiful, she seemed somehow real in a way that surpassed ordinary reality, as if she existed more fully as a statue than most people existed as living beings. He named her Galatea, which means she who is milk white, but in his heart, she became something far more than a name could contain. She became the perfect beloved he had been seeking all his life, without knowing he was seeking anything at all. In creating her, he had somehow created the missing part of his own soul, the completion he had been unconsciously carving toward through every statue he had ever made. The days that followed
were like a beautiful madness. Pygmalion would spend hours simply gazing at Galatea, talking to her as if she could hear and understand, reading her poetry in voices soft as lovers' whispers. He would bring her gifts, flowers that he would place in her marble hands, jewels that he would drape around her neck, silk robes that he would arrange over her perfect form.
You might think this sounds like mere infatuation with his own creation, dear listener. But those who witnessed Pygmalion during this time reported something different. His love for Galatea transformed him, making him more gentle, more patient, more capable of tenderness than he had ever been with any living person. It was as if loving perfection, even silent and unresponsive perfection, was teaching him how to love more perfectly.
He would kiss her marble lips and imagine he felt them warm beneath his touch. He would place his hand over her heart and convince himself he could feel the faintest flutter of pulse. In the morning, when sunlight first touched her face through the workshop windows, he would whisper greetings as if she had truly awakened to meet his gaze. The festival of Aphrodite approached, that spring celebration when all of Cyprus honored the goddess of love with offerings of roses and songs of devotion. Pygmalion, who had always been indifferent to religious observances, found himself drawn to participate. He prepared offerings more elaborate than any he had ever made: perfect white doves, roses without thorns, honey that tasted of wildflower meadows kissed by morning dew. At the temple of Aphrodite, built from marble that seemed to glow with its own inner light, Pygmalion knelt before the altar, where incense curled like visible prayers and oil lamps flickered with flames that never died. But instead of praying for wealth or fame or any ordinary blessing, he found himself whispering a prayer so pure it seemed to come from depths of his soul he hadn't known existed.
"Great goddess," he whispered, his voice barely audible above the soft murmur of other worshippers. "If you have power over love, as all proclaim, then hear the prayer of one who has learned to love beyond possibility. I have created what I cannot possess, loved what cannot love me back. If love itself has any power in your realm, let my beloved live. Let marble become flesh. Let stone become soul. Let creation become creator of new life."
You know this kind of prayer, perhaps, dear listener, the kind that arises when the heart is so full it must overflow, when love has grown so vast it calls out to the very source of love itself for assistance in impossible things. It was not a prayer of desperation, but of devotion, not begging, but offering, not demanding, but trusting that love recognizes love and responds to its authentic call. As he prayed, something extraordinary happened. The flame on Aphrodite's altar, which had been burning steadily for centuries, suddenly flared 3 times in succession, each flame reaching toward the ceiling like a golden tongue trying to speak. The air grew warm and sweet, with the scent of roses blooming, and for a moment, every prayer in the temple seemed to pause, as if the goddess herself was listening with particular attention to this sculptor's impossible request. Pygmalion felt something shift in his heart, a warmth that spread through his entire being like dawn, light spreading across sleeping landscapes. He rose from his knees feeling lighter, more alive, as if some burden he hadn't known he was carrying had been lifted from his shoulders. The prayer had been heard, he somehow knew with absolute certainty, though what form the answer might take remained wrapped in divine mystery. He returned to his workshop as the sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of rose and gold that seemed to promise miracles were possible in a world where beauty reigned supreme. Galatea stood exactly as he had left her, perfect and still, her marble eyes gazing toward the window where evening light was beginning to fade into the blue velvet of approaching night. But as Pygmalion approached her, something made him pause. Was it his imagination, or did she seem somehow different? The light was changing, certainly, but there was something else, something in her posture or expression that hadn't been there before. He moved closer, his heart beginning to beat faster, his breath shallow with a hope he barely dared acknowledge. He reached out to touch her face, as he had done countless times before. but this time his fingers met not cold marble, but skin warm as summer sunshine, soft as rose petals, kissed by morning dew. Her eyes, which had been gazing sightlessly toward the window, turned to meet his gaze with awareness so profound it took his breath away.
"Pygmalion," she whispered, and her voice was like music that had learned to speak, like silver bells touched by gentle wind. "I have been waiting for you to call me fully into life." The miracle was complete. Aphrodite, moved by the purity of love that sought nothing for itself but life for the beloved, had breathed divine essence into marble form. Galatea was no longer statue but woman, no longer creation but creator of new possibility, no longer perfect ideal but perfectly real presence, capable of love as deep as that which had brought her into being. Their embrace was like the meeting of all opposites, artist and artwork, dreamer and dream, love and beloved, united in recognition that creation and love are actually the same force, expressing itself through different forms. In loving her into existence, Pygmalion had discovered that love is the ultimate creative power, the force that can literally bring new life into being when it flows purely enough through devoted hearts.
As you rest now in the deepening peace of night, dear listener, let this story settle into your consciousness like seeds finding fertile ground. Feel how it speaks to the creative power that flows through your own being, the way your love and attention can literally bring new possibilities to life in your world.
Perhaps you recognize in Pygmalion's devotion your own relationship with creativity, the way love for your work or art or mission can become so pure it takes on life of its own. Or maybe you see in his story the way loving someone completely can sometimes feel like loving them into fuller existence, bringing out aspects of their being they didn't know they possessed. Let Galatea's awakening remind you that consciousness is always ready to inhabit new forms, that the divine presence is always waiting to breathe life into whatever we create with genuine love and devotion. Your own words, your actions, your very attention have this same power to bring new life into being, to transform what was only potential into living reality.
In your dreams tonight, may you discover your own creative power, the way your love and vision can literally reshape the world around you. May you remember that every relationship is a mutual creation, every encounter an opportunity to love something new into existence, every moment a chance to participate in the ongoing miracle of consciousness taking form.
And may you wake tomorrow knowing that the same divine power that transformed marble into living woman flows through your own hands, your own heart, your own capacity to love with such purity that new possibilities come alive simply through being touched by your devoted attention. And all is well. All has always been well. In the creative power of love that brings forth life from apparent lifelessness, consciousness from seeming emptiness, relationship from solitude. In the divine artistry that shapes every moment of existence, the sacred sculpture that love carves from the raw material of infinite possibility, the eternal awakening that happens whenever genuine devotion calls forth new life from the depths of what is ready to be born. All is well in the workshop of existence, where every soul is both sculptor and sculpture, both creator and creation, both Pygmalion and Galatea, learning through love to breathe life into everything we touch with genuine care and devoted attention. All is well.
You are drifting so peacefully now. Dear listener, your consciousness floating like a boat on moonlit waters, carried by these eternal stories of love's many faces. Each tale adds another layer of understanding to the great mystery of how hearts connect across time and space, how love finds ways to transform every obstacle into opportunity for deeper recognition. let yourself sink even deeper into rest as we explore how love sometimes calls us beyond the safety of social boundaries into territories where only the heart can guide us. For this story, we journey to the mist-shrouded lands of ancient Celtic Britain, where castles rise from rocky cliffs like stone prayers against storm-gray skies, and the very air seems alive with magic older than memory. Here, where druids once walked sacred groves, and the boundary between this world and the other world was thin as morning mist, unfolds the story of Tristan and Isolde, a love so powerful it could not be contained by duty, honor, or the laws that govern ordinary hearts. Picture the wild coastlines of Cornwall, where waves crash against granite cliffs with a sound like thunder made of water, where seabirds cry their ancient songs, and the wind carries salt spray that tastes of freedom and sorrow intermingled. The land itself seems carved by passionate forces, all dramatic peaks and hidden valleys, secret coves where smugglers once hid their treasures, and lovers met by moonlight to speak words too dangerous for daylight. In this landscape of beauty and danger lived Tristan, nephew to King Mark of Cornwall, a young knight whose very name meant sorrow, for he had been born from loss, his mother dying as she brought him into the world. Yet from this beginning, in grief, came a soul of extraordinary depth, a heart that understood from birth that love and sorrow are often intimate companions, that the most beautiful things in life are often touched by sadness that makes their beauty more precious rather than less. You may recognize this quality in yourself, dear listener, or in someone you've loved deeply. That capacity to feel both joy and sadness so fully they become one emotion, to find that your greatest happiness often comes wrapped in awareness of how fragile and precious such moments are. Tristan grew to be a knight of legendary skill, but his true gifts lay not in warfare, but in music and poetry. When he played his harp in the great hall of Tintagel Castle, where tapestries depicted ancient heroes and firelight danced on stone walls, thick enough to withstand any siege, even the most hardened warriors would find themselves moved to tears by melodies that seemed to speak directly to the secret chambers of the heart. His music had that quality you might know from certain songs that find you at exactly the right moment, melodies that seem to understand your deepest feelings better than you understand them yourself. When Tristan played, it was as if he could reach through the music directly into the listener's soul, awakening emotions that had been sleeping, touching places of longing that people hadn't known they carried. Across the Irish Sea, in that emerald isle where poets were honored above kings, and the old magic still flowed strong, through stone circles and sacred wells, lived Isolde, daughter of the Irish king. Her beauty was legendary throughout the Celtic lands, but like all the women in these stories, her true radiance came from within, from a soul that carried both the wisdom of ancient bloodlines and the wild freedom of untamed spirit. Isolde possessed the healing arts that were the birthright of Celtic royal women, hands that could draw poison from wounds, and hearts that could sense the emotional injuries that cut deeper than any sword. In her father's castle, where Irish gold gleamed by torchlight and bards sang stories that stretched back to the beginning of time, she moved like a flame given human form, bringing warmth and light wherever her presence touched. But Ireland and Cornwall were ancient enemies, their conflict as old as the clash of Celtic tribes, as deep as the blood feuds that could span generations. It was into this landscape of inherited hatred that love would write its most impossible story. The tale begins with a mission of the highest honor and greatest danger. Isolde had been promised in marriage to King Mark of Cornwall as part of a peace treaty between the warring lands, but someone needed to escort her safely across the treacherous waters between Ireland and Cornwall, through seas where storms could rise without warning and pirates waited for ships heavy with royal treasure. Tristan volunteered for this perilous duty, perhaps drawn by the adventure, perhaps by duty to his uncle the king, or perhaps by something deeper that he didn't yet understand, a pull toward a destiny that would transform his entire understanding of love and loyalty.
The ship that carried them was like a floating palace. Its sails dyed the deep blue of Celtic nobles, its hull carved with protective symbols that had guarded Irish vessels for centuries. But all the ancient magic carved into its wood could not protect against the storm that arose not from wind and weather, but from the moment Tristan and Isolde's eyes first met across the space between their two worlds. You know this moment, perhaps, dear listener, when you've met someone and felt an instant recognition so profound it seemed to rearrange something fundamental in your understanding of who you are. Not mere attraction, but something deeper, as if your soul had been carrying the shape of this person without knowing it, waiting for the moment when that empty space could finally be filled. For 3 days and nights, they sailed through waters that reflected the sky like hammered silver, past islands where seals basked on rocks and Celtic hermits lived in stone huts, seeking God in solitude and silence. The journey should have been a simple matter of escort duty, formal and proper, with Isolde carefully chaperoned and Tristan maintaining the respectful distance appropriate to his position. But love recognizes no boundaries of propriety or political necessity. As they talked during the long hours, when wind filled their sails and dolphins played in the ship's wake, they discovered in each other's minds that matched like perfectly fitted keys, souls that seemed to have been seeking each other across lifetimes without knowing what they were seeking. Their conversations began with the careful courtesy appropriate to their stations, discussions of poetry and music, the healing arts, and the lore of their respective lands. But gradually, as trust grew between them, like a bridge built one stone at a time, they began to share the deeper truths that each had carried in secret solitude. Tristan spoke of the loneliness that came with being born from sorrow, the way his music sometimes felt like the only language that could express what lived in his heart. Isolde shared the burden of being a healer who could ease others' pain, but carried her own grief for the wounds in the world that seemed too vast for any mortal hands to mend. In each other, they found not just understanding, but completion, as if each had been living with only half a soul and suddenly discovered the missing piece when Tristan played his harp for her in the evenings, as the ship rocked gently on swells that carried them toward their destination and their doom. His music spoke directly to places in her heart that had never been touched by any other person's understanding. When Isolde sang the ancient Irish songs her mother had taught her, her voice weaving melodies that carried the memory of Celtic queens and warrior poets, Tristan felt his own soul responding as if to its native language, finally heard after years of exile in foreign tongues. But they were sailing toward Isolde's marriage to another man, toward a destiny that would honor duty and secure peace between their lands but break both their hearts in the process. You may know this particular agony, dear listener, the way love sometimes blooms most beautifully precisely when it cannot be fulfilled in ordinary ways, how the heart's deepest connections sometimes form when acting on them would require choices too costly to make. The night before, they were to reach Cornwall. As the ship rode, at anchor in a protected cove, where the water was so clear they could see stars reflected in its depths, Isolde's mother's maid brought them wine to help them sleep before the momentous day ahead. But this was no ordinary wine. It was a love potion that Isolde's mother had prepared for her daughter's wedding night. Magic wine intended to bind her heart to her new husband with bonds that could never be broken. In the confusion of preparation and packing, the maid mistakenly served them the enchanted wine, and as they drank, their fate was sealed in ways that went far beyond any spell. The potion did not create their love, for that had been growing between them like a flower reaching toward light, but it removed the last barriers of prudence and social restraint that had kept them from acknowledging what their hearts already knew. Under stars that seemed to pulse with witness to their recognition, they finally spoke the truth that duty had forbidden. They loved each other with a completeness that made all other considerations seem like distant concerns of a world that no longer mattered. Their first kiss tasted of wine and salt air and the sweet bitterness of loving beyond possibility, of finding perfect connection precisely when perfect separation was required. What followed was love in its most transcendent and most tragic form. Isolde married King Mark as duty demanded, becoming Queen of Cornwall in a ceremony that was magnificent in its display of royal splendor, but hollow at its heart, because her heart belonged entirely to another. The wedding feast lasted 3 days, with bards singing songs of royal joy, while Isolde and Tristan sat at opposite ends of the great hall, their eyes speaking a language of love and loss that thankfully only they could understand. But love so powerful could not be simply buried beneath obligations of crown and kingdom. Like an underground river that finds ways to reach the surface, their connection continued to flow through hidden channels, secret meetings in the forest glades beyond the castle walls, moments stolen from the elaborate pageantry of court life, when they could simply be two souls who had recognized their other half. Their love meetings became the stuff of legend, taking place in groves where ancient oaks held space like living cathedrals, where streams sang lullabies to moss-covered stones, and the air itself seemed to shimmer with magic older than human memory. Here, surrounded by the wild beauty that had witnessed countless lovers across the centuries, they could drop the masks that court life required and simply love each other with the purity that such connection deserved. You may understand this from your own experience, dear listener, how the most authentic connections sometimes happen away from the eyes of the world, in natural settings where pretense becomes impossible and hearts can speak their truth without translation or apology. Their forest meetings were like returning to Eden, finding spaces where love could exist without compromise, without explanation, without anything but its own perfect naturalness. But such love could not remain hidden forever, in a world where royal marriages were matters of state and adultery was treason. Eventually, as these stories always unfold, their secret was discovered, their impossible love exposed to the harsh light of political necessity and moral judgment. The revelation brought agony to all involved, for King Mark truly loved both his wife and his nephew, torn between the demands of honor and the recognition that what existed between Tristan and Isolde was not mere betrayal, but something approaching the sacred, a connection that transcended ordinary human categories. Rather than face execution or live with the destruction their love was bringing to the kingdom, they both served. Tristan and Isolde chose exile, fleeing to the wild forests where they could live simply on love alone, sustained by the intensity of their connection and the beauty of the natural world that welcomed lovers who had chosen truth over comfort. For 3 years, they lived like mythical beings in the deep woods, their love, purified by hardship into something approaching the divine. They slept on beds of moss and pine needles, drank from streams that tasted of mountain snow, and found that when two souls are perfectly matched, the whole world becomes home. Every sunrise a celebration, every shared glance a complete universe of meaning. But love, even perfect love, cannot exist entirely apart from the world of human connection and responsibility. Eventually, duty called them back to face the consequences of their choice, to find ways to honor both their love and their obligations to the community that had shaped them. The various versions of their story end differently, some with tragic separation, others with death that becomes a kind of victory, but all with the understanding that some loves are so pure, they transform everyone they touch, teaching lessons about the heart's capacity to transcend every boundary that societies create to contain and control it. As you rest now in the deepening quiet of night, dear listener, let their story speak to the part of you that knows love,
sometimes calls us beyond the safe boundaries of social expectation into territories where only the heart can navigate. Feel how their forbidden love echoes anytime you've been drawn to connection that challenged conventional wisdom, relationships that required courage to honor what was most true.
Perhaps you've experienced love that couldn't be easily categorized or approved, attraction that required you to choose between others' expectations and your own authentic knowing. Let Tristan and Isolde's courage remind you that the heart's deepest connections sometimes lead us into complexity rather than simplicity, asking us to hold multiple truths simultaneously, to honor both love and responsibility, even when they seem to conflict.
In your dreams tonight, may you find the wild forests where authentic love can exist without apology, the sacred groves where hearts speak truth regardless of consequences. May you remember that some connections transcend all social categories, that the soul recognizes its own across every boundary human minds create.
And may you wake tomorrow with renewed appreciation for all the forms love takes in your life, including the challenging connections that ask you to grow beyond conventional definitions of appropriate caring, to discover that the heart's capacity for authentic relationship is always larger than society's rules for containing it.
And all is well, all has always been well, in the love that cannot be diminished by disapproval, contained by convention, or destroyed by duty, in the wild wisdom that chooses truth over safety, authenticity over approval, the heart's deepest knowing over the mind's careful calculations of social acceptability. All is well, in the forest where all lovers meet, in the sacred grove where every heart finds its true home, in the eternal recognition that love itself is the highest law, the deepest truth, the force that transforms every boundary into a bridge, every separation into an opportunity for deeper connection. All is well.
In that sacred space between worlds, dear listener, your consciousness gentle as silk scarves drifting on warm evening breezes, your heart opened like a lotus, receiving the soft light of dawn.
These stories of eternal love continue their quiet work within you, each one a prayer whispered in the language of the soul, each teaching settling into the deepest chambers of your being, like sacred seeds finding fertile ground. Let yourself drift even deeper as we explore how love, when pure enough, creates monuments that outlast empires, beauty that speaks across centuries to every heart that has ever known the sweet ache of perfect devotion. Now we journey to the golden age of Mughal India, where marble gleams like captured moonlight and gardens bloom with jasmine that perfumes the air. Here, in a land where poetry flows like sacred rivers and architecture rises like frozen music against indigo skies, unfolds the love story of Shah Jahan and Mumtaz Mahal, whose devotion became the most beautiful tomb ever built, a symphony in stone that still teaches the world about love's power to transform grief into eternal beauty. Picture the sprawling courts of 17th century Agra, where the Yamuna River flows like liquid silver between banks lined with marble palaces that reflect the changing colors of sky. The air is heavy with the scent of rosewater and sandalwood, with the smoke of incense burning in countless mosques and temples, with the fragrance of orange blossoms and night-blooming jasmine that spills from palace gardens, where peacocks strut like living jewels across lawns green as emeralds. In the royal quarters, where fountains play music as they dance in courtyards, inlaid with precious stones, where silk curtains flutter like captured breezes, and carpets from Persia cover floors smooth as polished glass. The sounds of empire drift like distant music, the call of muezzins from minarets that pierce the sky like prayers made visible, the gentle splash of oars as boats carry nobles along canals lined with cypress trees, the far-off chanting of court poets reciting verses that compare earthly love to divine ecstasy.
In this world of almost overwhelming beauty lived Prince Khurram, who would later be known as Shah Jahan, king of the world, but who in youth was simply a young man whose heart had been touched by poetry and beauty, whose soul naturally recognized the sacred in all forms of earthly splendor. He had been raised among manuscripts illuminated with gold leaf that caught lamplight like captured stars, surrounded by master craftsmen who could carve marble so delicately it seemed like lace made of stone, educated by teachers who spoke of love not just as emotion, but as the force that moves the planets and inspires all creation. You may recognize this quality in yourself, dear listener, that capacity to see the sacred shining through everyday beauty, to feel your heart expand when encountering art or music or natural splendor that seems to speak a language your soul has always known but rarely hears spoken so clearly. At the age of 14, at the Mina Bazaar, where once each year the royal women set up stalls to sell their handiwork, while men of the court could browse and purchase gifts, Khurram's destiny took the form of a young woman whose beauty was like dawn breaking over the Himalayas, whose presence was like music that made time stop and listen to its own rhythm. Her name was Arjuman Banu, though the world would come to know her as Mumtaz Mahal, chosen one of the palace. And when their eyes met across the stalls where silk scarves fluttered like prayer flags and jewels sparkled like captured starlight, both felt the earth shift beneath their feet, as if the universe itself was rearranging itself around this moment of recognition. She was selling glass beads and silken cords, her hands moving with grace that made even simple commercial transaction seem like a form of dance. But when Khurram approached her stall, asking the price of a piece of crystallized sugar shaped like a bird, their conversation transcended all boundaries of marketplace commerce and became something approaching the sacred dialogues that mystics speak of, when two souls recognize their eternal connection through the temporary forms they happen to be wearing. "The sugar bird costs 1 rupee," she said, her voice carrying the music of mountain streams over polished stones. "But seeing you smile at its sweetness would be payment enough." "Then I shall buy all your sugar birds," he replied, "and spend my life ensuring that such sweetness finds a worthy home." You know this feeling, perhaps, dear listener, when conversation with someone new feels immediately like conversation with an old friend, when words flow like water finding its natural course, when you sense that some connections are not formed but recognized, not created but remembered from depths of the soul that exist beyond the reach of ordinary memory. From that moment, their love became the central truth around which both their lives would orbit. They were formally betrothed soon after their meeting, but their engagement period lasted 5 years, during which their connection deepened from the instant recognition of the marketplace into something approaching worship, each seeing in the other not just a beloved person, but a reflection of divine beauty made manifest in human form. Their courtship unfolded in the most romantic settings imaginable, in pleasure gardens where roses bloomed in colors that seemed painted by angels, where fountains created symphonies of water music and nightingales competed with court musicians in expressing the melodies of perfect love. They would walk together along marble paths lined with cypress trees that stood like green prayers against the sky, their conversation flowing from poetry to philosophy to the simple sweetness of two souls discovering all the ways they could complement and complete each other. Khurram would recite verses he had written for her, words that compared her eyes to pools of sacred water where pilgrims might glimpse the face of the divine, her voice to the sound of temple bells calling the faithful to prayer, her presence to the peace that descends when meditation finally carries the seeker beyond all wanting into pure being. Mumtaz would respond with her own poetry, verses that spoke of love not as possession, but as liberation, not as need, but as overflow, not as completion by another, but as recognition of the completion that had always existed but required the beloved's presence to be fully known. Her words carried the wisdom of women who understand that the deepest love creates space for the beloved to become more themselves rather than less, expansion rather than contraction, freedom rather than bondage. When they finally married in 1612, their wedding was a celebration that lasted for months, with festivities that drew nobles from across the empire and beyond. The ceremonies unfolded in settings that seemed designed by divine architects, palaces where every surface was inlaid with precious stones arranged in patterns that told stories of cosmic love, gardens where water channels created geometric designs that reflected the mathematical precision underlying all natural beauty. But for all the magnificent display, the true beauty of their wedding lay in the quiet moments when ceremony gave way to genuine connection, when the public celebration yielded to private recognition of what they were creating together, a love so complete it would become a spiritual practice, a devotion so pure it would transform everything it touched. Their marriage became legendary throughout the empire and beyond, not just for its romantic intensity, but for the way their love seemed to enhance rather than diminish their individual capabilities. Mumtaz became not just Khurram's beloved wife, but his closest advisor, the person whose wisdom he trusted above all his ministers and generals. Her intelligence and compassion helped shape policies that brought prosperity and justice to millions of subjects across the vast Mughal territories. You may recognize this quality from your own deepest relationships, dear listener. How authentic love doesn't ask you to become smaller, but inspires you to become more yourself. How the right partnership can amplify your best qualities and give you strength to express gifts you didn't know you possessed. Together, they created a court culture that was like a living poem, where architecture and poetry, music and gardens, cuisine and textiles all reflected their shared vision of beauty as a form of worship, art as a means of touching the divine, love as the force that could transform earthly life into something approaching paradise. For 19 years, their love continued to deepen, blessed with 14 children, though only 7 would survive to adulthood. Each birth brought them closer together. Each loss taught them to treasure more deeply what remained. Their love grew not just broader, but deeper, developing layers of understanding that only couples who have weathered decades together can know, the wordless communication of souls who have learned each other's rhythms, the comfort of presence that doesn't need entertainment or stimulation, the security of being known completely and loved, not despite your imperfections but including them. But in 1631, as Mumtaz gave birth to their 14th child during a military campaign in the Deccan, complications arose that even the finest court physicians could not remedy. For days she fought between life and death, while Shah Jahan maintained vigil beside her bed, his empire temporarily forgotten, as his world contracted to the rise and fall of her breathing, the flutter of her pulse beneath his fingers. You may know this vigil, dear listener, the way time becomes irrelevant when someone you love hovers between worlds, how all the affairs that normally seem urgent fade into insignificance beside the simple prayer that each breath will be followed by another, each heartbeat by one more. On her deathbed, in a voice weak as whispered prayers but clear as temple bells, Mumtaz made requests that revealed the depth of her love and her understanding of the man whose heart she had held for nearly 2 decades. She asked him to promise that he would never remarry, that he would care for their children with the same devotion he had shown her, and finally, with words that would echo through centuries, that he would build for her a tomb that would tell the world how deeply a man could love a woman. "Let our love be remembered," she whispered, her hand in his growing cold as winter dawned, not as possession, but as devotion, not as need, but as choice, not as ending, but as transformation into something that death cannot touch. Her death left Shah Jahan broken in ways that seemed irreparable. The man who ruled an empire that stretched from Afghanistan to Bengal became like a ghost in his own palace, his grief so profound it seemed to drain color from the very air around him. For 2 years he lived in a state approaching divine madness, his sorrow so pure it became a form of worship, his loss so complete it connected him to every soul who had ever loved beyond the possibility of replacement. But gradually, as the sharpest edge of grief wore smooth with time's patient touch,
her final request began to call to him with increasing urgency. He would build her tomb, yes, but not just any tomb. He would create something that had never existed before, a monument to love that would speak in the language of pure beauty, architecture that would be like poetry carved in stone, a building that would make everyone who saw it understand immediately what it meant to love with complete devotion. The Taj Mahal began to rise from the banks of the Yamuna River in 1632, designed by master architects who understood that they were creating not just a building, but a prayer made visible, not just a tomb, but a temple to the transformative power of human love. For 22 years, over 20,000 craftsmen labored to realize Shah Jahan's vision of love made manifest in marble and precious stone. Every element of the design carried symbolic meaning, drawn from Islamic, Persian, and Indian traditions of sacred architecture. The central dome represented the vault of heaven, where the beloved soul had found its eternal home. The four minarets stood like pillars, holding up the sky, like prayers in architectural form, reaching toward the infinite. The reflecting pools created perfect symmetry, doubling the beauty as love doubles the joy of every experience shared with the beloved. But it was the details that truly captured the devotion that inspired this monument. Verses from the Quran were inlaid in black marble, with calligraphy so exquisite, each word became a meditation on divine love. Floral patterns covered every surface in pietra dura, work so delicate it seemed like petals scattered by celestial hands across surfaces smooth as silk. The play of light across the white marble changed with every hour, every season, making the entire structure seem alive, breathing, responsive to the cosmic rhythms that govern all existence. You may have experienced this yourself, dear listener, how certain spaces seem to hold the love that created them, how buildings or gardens made with genuine devotion continue to radiate that energy long after their creators have departed. The Taj Mahal became such a space multiplied beyond ordinary measure, architecture that succeeded in capturing the essence of love so purely that millions of visitors across the centuries would feel their own hearts open simply by standing in its presence. When the Taj Mahal was finally completed, Shah Jahan would spend hours sitting beside Mumtaz's tomb, sometimes reading poetry to her marble resting place, sometimes simply being present in the space their love had created. The building became his prayer, his meditation, his way of continuing their conversation across the boundary between life and death. In his final years, when his own son imprisoned him in the Red Fort during struggles for succession, Shah Jahan's greatest sorrow was not the loss of his empire, but the loss of daily access to the tomb where his beloved rested. From his prison window, he could see the white dome of the Taj Mahal glowing in the distance like a pearl set in emerald gardens, and this sight became his comfort, his connection to the love that had defined his life. When he died in 1666, he was buried beside Mumtaz in the tomb their love had created, their bodies finally reunited in the most beautiful resting place ever designed by human hands, guided by divine love. But their real monument is not the building itself, but the way their story continues to teach every generation that love, when pure enough, creates beauty that outlasts empires, devotion that speaks across centuries to every heart that has known the transformative power of loving completely. As you drift now toward sleep's gentle shores, dear listener, let their story settle into your dreams like moonlight settling on still water. Feel how it speaks to the part of you that has known love's power to transform ordinary life into something approaching the sacred, relationships that become spiritual practices, devotion that creates beauty simply through the purity of its expression. Perhaps you carry in your own heart love that feels too vast for words, connection so profound it seems to require some form of monument, some way of making visible the invisible transformation that happens when two souls recognize their eternal bond. Let Shah Jahan's devotion remind you that every act of love creates something lasting, that caring deeply always leaves traces in the world that continue to bless others long after their creation.
In your dreams tonight, may you walk through gardens where every flower is a prayer, every fountain a song of devotion, every pathway leading toward deeper recognition of love's power to transform grief into beauty, loss into eternal presence, human affection into divine worship. May you remember that your own love creates monuments visible and invisible, touches lives in ways that ripple forward through time like stones dropped in still water. And may you wake tomorrow, knowing that the Taj Mahal lives not just in India, but in every heart that has ever loved with complete devotion, in every relationship that transforms ordinary experience into sacred recognition, in every moment when human love becomes a doorway to understanding the divine love that creates and sustains all existence. And all is well. All has always been well. In the love that builds monuments more lasting than stone, that creates beauty more enduring than marble, that transforms every loss into eternal presence through the miracle of devotion, that cannot be diminished by death or time or any force that seems to separate what love has eternally joined. All is well. In the white marble dawn, where every beloved finds their eternal home, in the garden where roses bloom forever in memory of perfect love, in the reflection pool where earth and heaven meet, in recognition that love is the force that connects all worlds, all souls, all hearts across every distance, that seems to divide but actually unites in the mystery of one love, discovering itself through infinite expressions. All is well. Let the music and the binaural beats continue to play. They are good for your mind, good for your brain, good for you. All is well.